Hello, everyone. I'm officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. This week, I'm going to be reading the same two books that I was reading last week. So I have The Wind Through the Keyhole by Stephen King. I'm currently at page 228. So I have made progress a little bit since I saw you all last time. I plan to make some substantial progress in this book tonight. That is my ultimate goal. And then I also want to make some substantial progress in my 100 Hikes of a Lifetime book. This book is taking me a long time because as I go through each one, I actually stop to ponder what it would be like to travel to that specific location. So instead of, reading through it like you would a normal novel and just moving on to the next thing, I end up, sitting on the same page for minutes on end, just kind of like daydreaming and fantasizing about it, which is a good thing. It means that this book, in my opinion, is doing its job, but it's taking me a long time to get through. So I would like to get through a little bit more of this one today. And then Kat and I had gotten at one point caught up at the same spot in The Wind Through the Keyhole. I'm sure she's probably past where I'm at now. So I want to try to, if not like finish this section, because this is made up of two short stories. I originally thought it was made up of more than that, but it's made up of two short stories. I want to try to get at least most of the way through the actual short story called The Wind Through the Keyhole as much as possible tonight. I also have made myself a sandwich. Keaton has run out to the store to get us some supplies to celebrate Memorial Day weekend. I am going to end up getting us some steaks. So he's getting all the like extra stuff, and then I'll be buying the meat that I'm ultimately going to end up grilling. Hopefully, assuming it's not going to rain. We've had like pretty crap weather here a lot. I mean, today's even been pretty gloomy. Not sure why. It just is. But that's okay. Because as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on what the temperature it is for you. I'm actually going to end up raising the thermostat temperature because I'm cold right now. But that might get fixed by the fact that I'm drinking some wine. I'm drinking a Moscato, which is very delicious. And I've been drinking on the same bottle for like a week, and I think it's time for me to finally finish it. So I'm going to finish my bottle tonight, which is like a little bit more than what I have in my glass right now. And I'm going to go over and see how everybody else is doing and what it is that you are reading and working on tonight. Rob is here. Hi, Rob. Rob says, grab a drink, grab a snack. Happy Sherlock Holmes Day. Oh, that's fun. I did not know that it was Sherlock Holmes Day. Started reading The Devil's Day, James Blish. Every Friday is Hello, Sir Francis Day. That is so true. And hello to Sir Francis, as always. I was actually telling a coworker of mine yesterday that I had a mascot for my channel that was a capybara, and his name was Sir Francis, and he thought that that was the best thing ever. And Rob says, Keaton, I'll go with marinated Greek chicken gyros with tzatziki. That actually sounds really good. I wish that that was what we were having for dinner, but alas, we just went for something easy because yesterday Keaton and I went out for Thai food. We went to a new Thai restaurant, and it's now our new favorite Thai place because we almost never eat Thai because the place we were going to was really expensive for the quality of the food. This place was very reasonable and the food was excellent. And then we had leftovers for that at lunch today. And it was, in my opinion, even better reheated. So it was just really good. And so now I just kind of need something to munch on. So I made myself a sandwich. And Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, I'll go with Panda Chinese food. That is an excellent guess because that is pretty much Keaton's go-to food for anything. Like everybody, I feel like might have a fast food weakness. Keaton's is Panda Express. He's also extremely upset that the Bulldog chicken is gone. So if any of you tried that, I tried it. It was really spicy, but the flavor was good. He is like mourning the fact that that's gone now. And Rob is smiling at Heidi, and Heidi says, I'll be finishing up A Gentleman in Moscow. I've heard of that. Loving it. We'll be starting Bradbury's October Country short story collection. Wonderful. I'm excited that you'll be reading Bradbury. I have read so much from him, and I love his work. There's still some stuff that I need to read And October Country is actually one of them. So you're going to be getting to that before me. So hopefully you end up loving it. And I have just heard nothing but good things about A Gentleman in Moscow. So I think that's awesome that that's what you are reading right now. And Angel's here. Hi, Angel. Angel says, hello, everyone. Happy Friday, and happy Friday to you. And Heidi says, I also watched the miniseries of Anna Karenina from 2013. I was told Amor Towels spoils the ending in Gentleman, so I had to watch it before I got spoiled. Oh. I guess they're related together. That's kind of interesting that they would spoil one with another one. That seems like bad marketing. And Nikki's here. Hi, Nikki. I am so sorry. I know. Wait, it's Allie, isn't it? Allie, if I remember right. Allie. Hello, Allie. You said hello, everyone. I'll be finishing Cinnamon Bun Bookstore by Lori Gilmore. Very nice. And Rob says hello to Angel. Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says hello, Alex and friends. And Stina's here. Hi, Stina. Stina says hello, Alex, Sir Francis, and chat. Heidi says, how is that Keyhole book? I never read it. Heidi, I'm actually surprised that you didn't read it because it's a story from Roland's youth. So it's actually a story within a story within a story. So you have our main cast of characters who end up having to hide out from this very special storm that can only happen in Midworld. And Roland begins telling a tale of the events that happened immediately after Wizard and Glass. So, like, this was the perfect time to read it. Kat and I were both really glad that we didn't wait until the end and then go back and read it because it just fits in so seamlessly with where we were just at. And then while he's in the middle of telling the story from his youth, he begins a short story from, or I guess you could say it's kind of a novella. We'll say short story from his childhood that he's recounting to somebody else in that story. And that tale that he's telling is The Wind Through the Keyhole. And there's a character that shows up in it that Kat texted me, and she's like, I need you to tell me where you are in the book because I need you to tell me if this character is another character. And I was like, yes, it absolutely is. And we were having a really fun time with that. So if you want more, Dark Tower, and you specifically want a fun story from Roland's childhood and then a unique tale kind of set somewhere in Midworld, I would recommend it. We're both really enjoying it right now. And Lola's here. Hi, Lola. Lola says hi. And Stina says, I'm listening to If Cats Disappeared from the World. That would be a sad day. And Lola says, I'm reading The Soulmate Equation by Christina Lauren. Very nice. I hope you're loving it. Jamie says, I'll be reading We Are All Guilty Here by Karen Slaughter while working on some cross stitch. I feel like I've heard of Karen Slaughter, but I don't know anything specifically that she's written. And I've never heard of We're All Guilty Here. So no, I have no feedback about whether I've heard good or bad things. Hopefully it's good. And Kat's here. Hi, Kat. Kat says, hey, Alex. Hey, friends. I finished The Wind Through the Keyhole. Oh, I knew you were ahead of me. I didn't realize that you blew through that. Said I really enjoyed it. I need to finish Brain Eater Jones. Brain Eater Jones. That's fun. Well, congratulations on finishing The Wind Through the Keyhole. I am way behind you, but I will 100% be finishing it before the end of the month, as promised. Which is good because I ended up starting late too. I didn't even get to begin reading that until after I got back from my vacation. So not doing terribly. Just reading really slow at the beginning of the year. I told Keaton that once I get through this hiking book and I get through The Wind Through the Keyhole, I know that we're still going to have other Dark Tower books and we're still going to have our book club books that we're doing, but I feel like that's going to be the time I can finally start reading sci-fi again. And I'm really looking forward to it because I'm really craving a sci-fi right now. And Eleanor says, hello, everyone, and hello to you. I will continue reading Bloom by Delilah Dawson this afternoon. Wonderful. And Kirsten's here. Hi, Kirsten. Kirsten says, happy holiday weekend Friday, everyone. I'll be doing my chores and switching between A Deadly Inside Scoop by Abby Collette and Dogs, Boys, and Other Things I've Cried About by Isabel Klee. Both of those are great titles. And Kat says, my dad is visiting this weekend. Barry is grilling us hamburgers tonight. Tomorrow, Barry will be boiling crawfish. Andrew and Megan are coming over to partake of the crustaceans. Well, that's good. I haven't had a crawfish boil since I was in, I think I might have been in middle school, early high school. It's probably early high school. It was the very first and only one I ever went to, but I had a really good time. So that sounds wonderful. Kat says, our last boil of the season. And Angela is here. Hi, Angela. Angela says, happy Friday, Alex and friends. I'll be starting The 9 Moons of Han Yu and Luli by Karina Jan Glosser. Wonderful. And Rob is giving some love to Kat. And Anna's here. Hi, Anne. Anne says, still reading The Calamity Club by Catherine Stockett. It has been a tough week. I have not had a lot of reading time. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that you've had a tough week. I hope that this can be the moment that turns it all around. It's going to be a nice long holiday weekend. Hopefully you can get some relaxation in there. That's what I wish for everybody. Heidi says, the main character in A Gentleman in Moscow discusses a lot of Russian literature. I think the author assumes we read all the Oh, I got you. Okay. So yeah, he's just talking about stuff and you want to make sure that you know how other things end before you finish your book. That makes a lot of sense. Sorry, at first I was misunderstanding what you were saying and I thought that you were talking about two things that were related to one another. So that makes more sense. And Angela says, I had no idea that Kira Jan Glosser was the author of the Vanderbeeker series. I have high hopes for this book. Great. Jimmy's here, and Jimmy says, let's go. Let's go, Jimmy. And let's see, Swank is here. Hi, Swank. Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy World Goth Day. Happy Buy Musical Instruments Day. Happy Vanilla Pudding Day. And happy Sherlock Holmes Day. I can get behind some of those. Why you would specifically wait for this day to buy a musical instrument, I don't know. But, like, maybe you could go out and get a kazoo or a harmonica. JB says, Karen Slaughter writes crime thrillers. She wrote the Will Trent series that the TV show is based on. I really enjoyed her writing. They could be pretty dark. Okay. I probably would end up enjoying them then because I don't mind a dark story. And Heidi says, I cannot really stomach King anymore after I DNF Fairy Tale. So many other authors to try before I ever go back to King. That's such a bummer because I know that Fairy Tale was one that Kat really loved. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know anything about it other than the fact that there's a boy and a dog and it's fantasy. That's about it. I think a portal fantasy. And Rob says, Bloom 5-star read. That's good to hear. And Swank says, I'm still reading Zombie Bigfoot. Zombie Bigfoot. That's cute. Kat says, take your time, Alex. I have 3 books that I want to read after Brain Eater Jones and before the end of the month. Bless your heart, Kat, but I know you can do it. If anybody can do it, you can. Swank says, aloha, Kat and Allie. I did remember it is Allie. Yes. Okay. And Anne says, it's been raining since Wednesday. It's supposed to continue through Monday. Yeah, it's such a bummer. I hope none of you are like Indy 500 fans or anything, because I have friends that they are like massive fans and they watch it every single year. Some of them have tickets and travel to go see it. I don't know. I haven't heard good things about the weather in years. I know that they get rained on, they get snowed on. Fortunately, I'm not a fan of it myself, so I'm not going to be missing out on anything. And Chris says, hello, Alex, Kat, Jamie, and everyone, and hello to you, Chris. Eleanor says, Rob, I'm loving so far halfway in. Kat says, hey, Chris, and hey, Swank. Swank says, a cup with a lid and straw can be a musical instrument. True. If you all have never seen the video, there's a gentleman that took a bunch of glass bowls of varying sizes and he actually put them together and he adds water to it, and it is an instrument that you can play. It's on a turning table and they all spin and you just press your fingers on it. And I wouldn't say that the sound of it's like an organ, but it's very resonant. As you would imagine, a ringing kind of sound would be from glasses. Like, have you ever heard people put water in a glass and make sounds like that? It was just really cool and super delicate and extremely heavy. So if you'd be interested in that, you should look up a video of it, and they show them playing it. Swing says a cup. Oh, sorry, I just read that. And Angela says, I finished King of Ashes by S.A. Cosby last night. What a ride. Razorblade Tears was a good one, too. Keaton read an S.A. Cosby book I think it might have been like last year or the year before. And I'm curious because I think he told me that he was interested in trying to read another one at some point. I wonder which one he'll end up wanting to pick up. So might have to give him a recommendation from you, Angela. Kat says, I did indeed love Fairy Tale. And Allie says, Aloha, Swank. Anne says, I have not read Stephen King and I have no idea where to start. Oh, that's so hard because anybody who's read King would have a completely different opinion about where to start. And I think it would probably be based on what type of genre you would lean towards. Because if you like horror, that's, I mean, the majority of his stuff, but he writes other things too. You know, he has fantasy. I mean, you could kind of count Dark Tower as a sci-fi as well because it also has sci-fi elements. Some of them he has are like crime mysteries, so it's not horror; it's actually like a thriller crime element to it. I don't know. If you have never, I'm sure you've probably seen the movie The Green Mile. If you've never seen that or you really love the movie, I would recommend you reading the book because The Green Mile was the second King book that I ever read, and I just absolutely loved it. It was wonderful. And Rob says, and The Outsider or The Stand. The Outsider was my first King, and that's what got me into reading Stephen King. So I can confirm that as well. But it was also my first horror novel. And it's funny how much it scared me because I had never read a horror before. The Stand, I don't know if I would recommend as a first just because it like, especially if she gets the unabridged version, that's like the longest work that he has. And it's really dark and tense and it's sad in a lot of parts. Like Keaton is struggling right now to get through it. Like he's still reading The Stand. So I don't know that I would recommend that one. Heidi says The Shining is King's best book. I disagree. I personally did not end up really enjoying reading The Shining. I gave it the 3 stars. I mean, it could have been a lot worse, of course, but yeah, I have liked a lot of his other stuff a lot more. Under the Dome is one of my favorites that I read, but that's another huge one. It wouldn't be one that I'd give somebody to be like, yeah, read that first. Mm-mm. Heidi says The Outsider was awful. Better reading The Outsider by S.E. Hinton. I would say I got spared a little bit on my feeling about The Outsider because I didn't read the Bill Hodges trilogy until after I read The Outsider. So, of course, those books after the fact gave me context for reading it, which it probably would have shaped my perspective. But reading it as a standalone and not knowing any of the characters or anything that was going on prior, the ending wasn't my favorite, but the the 75% of the way through the book, I ended up really enjoying it. And Stina says, my first King was Firestarter. I haven't read that one, but it must have been good enough for you to want to continue. Chris says, King's books can be a bit too long at times, so it's hard to know where to start. Absolutely. I also wouldn't recommend starting with The Dark Tower either because that series is huge. So that's why I'm kind of like, well, The Green Mile was originally a serial, and I think it was like 7 mini books. And of course, they sell it now as a complete novel, and it just reads so well. So that would be my choice. And Jamie says you could also try one of King's short story or novella collections, 100%. Swank says my fave is The Stand, but The Green Mile would be a good to start with. JB says The Stand is my favorite King also. And Swank says, I have the original 6 books that Green Mile was first printed. Yeah, okay, so it was 6 books. And Rob says, King World, read The End of the World as We Know It. I haven't read that one. And Swank says, The Mist. I have a copy of The Mist. I moved it. Did I move it around? Gosh dang it. That was going to be easy for me to grab. Oh, it's over there. Okay, well, The Mist and The Body are both novellas that you can get too. So, I don't know. There's a lot of good places to start. So, I don't start with anything too overwhelming or too big is, I guess, my only recommendation. And Stina says, I also read The Green Mile as the original serial. That's really cool. Swank says, love The End of the World as We Know It. Thank you all for providing those recommendations. I thought that was sweet. I will go ahead and get us started and set up for our first sprint of the evening, which of course is going to be 45 minutes. And I'm going to give you all your first question of the evening as well, which is going to be what is the dumbest injury you ever got? I'm curious to hear this one because I'm sure somebody's got a funny story. And of course, I don't want anybody to have gotten like seriously hurt, but just it could be something kind of small but silly. What's the dumbest injury you ever got? Let me get back over here. There we go. Jamie says different seasons is 4 novellas. It includes The Body, Shawshank Redemption, and Apt People. I forget the fourth one in it. I have The Body and Apt People as separate novellas, which is why I don't own a copy of different seasons. But I didn't remember seeing them print a Shawshank Redemption by itself. They probably did, and I just didn't see it. So I'll have to go and find that because it'd be kind of nice to have the full set because they all have the same artwork when they printed them. I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to eat my sandwich. Keaton just got back with the groceries, so I'm going to see if he needs any help. And I'm going to wish you all very happy reading. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read my hiking book during that last sprint. I made it to page 276. So I've made some good progress in this today, and I don't know how much more of this I'll read tonight because I'm going to get ready to move to the Wind Through the Keyhole during the next sprint. It's just, it feels so freaking dark in here. And it's really not that late, just our weather is really, because that's with the light on low. Let's do that. I'll leave it like that for a minute. All right. So let me know how you did. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is the dumbest injury you ever got? Ian says, I'm enjoying the Calamity Club, but I'm still trying to figure out how all the characters are going to come to a conclusion. That's probably good, though, that you're reading a book that keeps you guessing. I prefer it when books keep me guessing and I can't, assume what the end is or already know how it's going to end. Christina says, I slipped on a pebble and ruptured the artery in my knee, also bruised the nerve and the bone there. That is terrible. I'm so sorry. My injury is not nearly as traumatic as that, but mine was also equally ridiculous in terms of like tripping on part of the sidewalk. So I was over at my cousin's house and we were celebrating her birthday. I think I've told you all this story before, but we heard an ice cream truck off in the distance and I had never gotten ice cream from an ice cream truck. And so I was wearing flip-flops because we had been playing with water balloons and I took off running and I always wore tennis shoes. Like I still do. It's just something that I've always worn. So I wasn't used to wearing flip-flops and the ground was covered with like leaves on it and I tripped on a piece of sidewalk that was raised up and I couldn't see it and I basically like threw my phone, the whole like the battery, the back compartment, everything just like popped off of it and I just ate it and took it forward with my knee and my hands and it was actually a pretty ugly injury on my knee and it took like well over a month to fully heal. And I still to this day have a big scar on my knee, although it's not purple the way that it used to be. It used to be like super bright. Now it's actually skin toned, which I'm grateful for because it used to be a very ugly scar. But yeah, up until this is fun though, up until like 2 weeks ago, I had never had ice cream from an ice cream truck. And I finally got one and it just like felt like such a good thing to be able to check that off my list. Like I went running out of my house and couldn't help but think what would happen if I ended up tripping in this moment and I also couldn't make it to the ice cream truck. And at that point, I think it would be destiny that I wasn't meant to, but I got there and I didn't get hurt. Kirsten says, when I was a kid, I had a long, thick Little House on the Prairie style nightgown. I was watching Fame and dancing around like crazy until the high kick, the nightgown pulled the other leg up and laid me out flat on my back. No serious injury, thank God, but got the wind knocked out of me. I ended up having a similar issue when I was dancing one time. I was over at a friend's house and I was wearing my socks and they had this very well polished wooden floor. And I did something where I was like spinning and my legs came out from underneath me and I hit the ground and everybody came over running because I was like shaking. They thought I was crying. I was laughing so hard that I wasn't making any noise. Like it hurt. I mean, like I hit my elbow and stuff and it definitely hurt, but I just thought that it was the most hysterical thing ever and I was totally fine. Swank says the index finger on my right hand is permanently permanently hurts because of playing games on and using my phone. I'm using a stylus now and it helps a lot. Same with my thumb from lighters. Oh man. See, with a lighter, I would figure that you'd build a callus, so it wouldn't hurt so much. So I'm sorry to hear that. Zach says, one of the dumbest injuries I ever had is when I was about 15. My grandma asked me to turn off the water outside. We didn't know there was a wasp's nest in our electrical box. No. All I did was walk past it and they swarmed me. That was back when I had hair and they all stung my head and I couldn't even count the stings because there were so many under my hair. Bless your heart. I'm really glad. I'm not glad that it was wasps, but if it was bees and the stingers had been left in your skin, you would have had to find all of those. I mean, I hate wasps. Love bees. They're amazing, wonderful for the environment. Absolutely hate wasps. But the only thing about them is at least like they don't leave their stinger. I'm so sorry. That's awful. Kat says, I have hurt, probably broken my pinky toe twice in my life. Once I caught it on a rollaway bed when chaperoning seventh graders in Washington, D.C., and the other time was in Sicily. I caught the bottom of the sofa. Talk about painful when walking. Yeah, because that's your toe you use to like balance, right, on the side of your foot. So that is not fun. Keaton got a really nasty bruise on his toe. He ended up kicking the bed. I think it was over 2 months ago, and it turned like a blackish purple. And I was really worried that it was broken, but he could still curl it okay. But it took forever for that bruise to go away. Zach says, I've read all of Stephen King except his newest one. My advice is pick a classic and start with that. Carrie, Cujo, The Shining, Firestarter, Pet Cemetery, or The Green Mile, or Shawshank Redemption. A more obscure recommendation would be Doomakey, which I need to read. It's over there. I read them all, and for me, about half of them are crap, so you're not guaranteed a winner. I completely agree that not all of them are good. I mean, a lot of them at least are decent, like but there's very few of them that I've read where I was like, oh, that's the best thing ever. I would totally read that again or recommend that again. And those are the books that I've kept. I've read a lot of King books that I have either sold or donated after the fact. You said, I don't like Fairy Tale or Under the Dome, for example. I don't recommend the book, The Mist, either. It's a very rare case where the movie is significantly better, but the TV show is one of the worst things I've ever seen. That's so funny. Heidi says, Zach, I too loved Doomakey. So did Kat. Like everybody, when we were talking about Doomakey, said like, oh, that one's a great one. I'm like, well, that's why I got it, because I need to read that. Always looking for a good King recommendation, because there's a lot of his stuff that I haven't read. I mean, I've read a fair amount, a lot I still haven't. Anne says, as kids, we made a wooden slide from a tree. I slid down and got a huge splinter on the back of my leg. My mom had to cut my jeans to get them off, had to go to the doctor to get the splinter removed. Oh my God. Ow, that sounds terrible. And Kat says, no reading, watching Kimmy Schmidt with my dad. I hope you're having a lovely time. And Jamie says, my dumbest injury was something minor that looked horrible. I slid on the last 2 steps of a marble staircase and twisted my ankle just right. I was on crutches a few days, but the entire top of my foot turned purple. Ugh, yeah. It does suck when you have injuries that look worse than they actually are. I feel like bruises are really good about that. When I lived at my apartment before I moved into my house, it was one of those where you entered on the base floor, but then you immediately went up the stairs. And then I lived on the second floor, and the stairs were fortunately carpeted. And it was sometime where I was getting ready to take the dogs out. This was back when I still had Ash. And I was with them at the top of the stairs, and I always put their harnesses on, and then I would put them on their leads at the bottom of the stairs. Well, she was so excited to go out that she got under my feet while I was trying to go downstairs, and I slid all the way from the top of the staircase down to the bottom on my back. And it hurt like hell, knocked the wind out of me. I had carpet burn on my back, but I have to tell you, if those had been wooden and hadn't been carpeted, it would have been so much worse. So yeah, I totally understand. Staircases are no joke. Eleanor says, dropped a full jar of pickles on my big toe. The lid came off. It was a heck of a mess and painful too. I'm sorry for laughing. I love pickles. So imagining like just happily having a jar of pickles and dropping that on your foot. The top comes off. Bless your heart. And Swank says, I have 100 pages left. Very nice. Jamie says, I made it to 37% in. We're all guilty here. Stina says, I'm at 59% in If Cats Disappeared from the World. Now, Stina, I have to ask, this is not a nonfiction book, right? Like a question of like literally If Cats Disappeared from the World, or is it? Like I was trying to figure out if this is like a fictional story that just has a fun title, or if it's a literal, philosophizing. And Swank says, my knees are covered in scars. I was a tomboy. Yeah, absolutely. He said the whole thumb aches. That sucks. I'm glad you're using a stylus, though. Anything that helps. Zach says, I'll be finishing Lonesome Dove. Yay! I decided to read an almost 1,000 page book just because my friend's sister asked her to buddy read it with her, and she was unsure. It's good, but women are treated terribly. Oh, said I could spend another hour talking about all my injuries. Yeah, Zach, I know you said that you've had a lot of them, so I imagine you probably do have some interesting stories. I've been very lucky in terms of stings, that the only sting I ever got was from a sweat bee, and I don't even think it was a true sting. I think they actually bite, like a sweat bee isn't a real bee. I can't remember. I've never been stung by a wasp. They terrify the hell out of me, though. Absolutely hate them. They just look evil. Like, I know how they reproduce and what they feed on and everything. They just look horrid. Hate them. But I will go ahead and get us set up for our next 45-minute sprint. So I'm going to give you all your next question. And this is another trip down memory lane, which is, what is a small but meaningful memory you have of a loved one who is no longer alive? I think the small meaningful moments are honestly more impactful sometimes than the really big ones. I mean, like, having really big memories with people is awesome, but there's something so comforting about looking back on, just like the small things in life. So anything that you can think of. Anne says, Zach, oh no, I was going to read Lonesome Dove for Big Book Summer. Stina says, no, it's Japanese fiction about a guy who makes a deal with the devil to extend his life by eliminating things from the world. Oh, is that good though? Like, is it interesting? Because that sounds cool. I like the premise. And Heidi says, there is a strong, wonderful woman character in Lonesome Dove too, Clara. A strong, wonderful woman character. Happy to hear that. I'm glad, because you guys also talk so highly about Lonesome Dove. So that's one that I've added to a wish list that I have, that I don't want to read that soon because of how big it is. And I've got like the other Dark Tower stuff to read. So that's like a future me thing. But I admire that you all talk so highly about it. Stina says, not in my opinion. I think the protagonist is pretty stupid. What a bummer. Well, okay, I won't think about reading that one then. All right, you guys have your next question. I got 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to go get my water and do my last little bit of wine here, and I'll see you on a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back and let me know how you did. I made it to page 250 and the win through the keyhole. It's really fun so far. It's at a good part that I find interesting. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is a small but meaningful memory you have of a loved one who is no longer alive? Zach says, Lonesome Dove is good, but you'll hear the word whore about 1,000,000 times, and 98% of the time women are no more than objects. And says, I have wonderful memories of my grandfather putting me in his lap and reading to me. That's so sweet. What kinds of things did he like to read, or did he read you specifically children's stories? Like what age were you when he stopped reading to you? Swank says, my father died when I was 9. I cherish the memories of he and I trick-or-treating for the years I had him with me. I think that's probably why I love Halloween so much. That's a really wonderful memory to have. Heidi says, when I think of my mom, it was one of our last memories when she could not stop laughing from that TV show Jackass. I'm not sure why we were watching it. I wonder are you all people who also smile when you think about somebody's laugh? I find myself doing that all the time. Like I'll think about like my mom's laugh, my mama's laugh, Keaton's laugh, and I just find myself smiling about it. It's just something that brings me joy. I hope that long after they're gone, I'll always be able to hear those things. Like I'll be able to remember, their voices and everything. Jamie says, memories of my dad teaching me how to work on my own car. Made sure I would never be ripped off. To this day, both my daughter and a good friend call me for car advice before going to a mechanic. That's beautiful and practical. What a wonderful thing. Zach says, my 2 best memories of my dad are when I got to rotate the tires on his truck and did most of the work rewiring his garage. He left when I was 9, but I got useful skills and confidence to do things. Well, I'm glad that you're able to look at that in a positive light, that you were able to take something meaningful from that. Kirsten says, my grandma and I would watch Dukes of Hazzard together when I was a kid. She hated it and would ruthlessly make fun of every single thing about it, which would have me laughing hysterically. Years later, I wound up hanging out all night in a New York City hotel bar with the actor who played Bo Duke, and I would have given anything for my grandma to still be alive to tell her that. That is so cool. You said if she was still alive, I probably would have asked him to call her, and knowing her, she probably would have asked him what it was like to be in such a dumb show. I love that. It sounds like your grandma was feisty too, which is always fun. Stina says, one of my favorite memories of my mother was when I was about 4 and waiting to line up in a parade. I was a baton twirler. It was bitter cold and I had bare legs. I said, this is stupid. Mom looked around at all the other girls' mothers telling them to run in place to keep warm and said, you're right, this is stupid. Let's go home. Oh, that's a good mom. Rob says, my mother told me never take your watch off and place it on the counter of a public restroom to wash your hands. You'll forget you left it there. Did you ever do that? Was she right? And Kirsten says, Stina, I love that. And Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Just joining after family dinner. Wonderful. Said, one small but meaningful memory of my grandmother was she always had fresh baked cookies when we stayed at her house. My memory that I'd like to share was from my great grandmother on my mom's side. So it was my mom's dad's mother. And she had many children. She gave birth to 8 children. And I was the first great grandchild in the family. She had a lot of grandchildren, but I was the first great grandchild. And my mom would take me over to her house, and she was basically a saint of a woman. My great grandfather was a very difficult man, and he was not only a hard man to love, but a hard man to be around. And she was just the best wife, best mother, best church going lady. Just like everything about her was wonderful. And we would go over to her house and we would play Yahtzee at this table that she had in her dining room that like sat up and had like these tall chairs. And I just remember all the times as a kid, like learning all the rules and how proud I was when I would get a Yahtzee. And I wasn't a very good sport back then. Like I'm a really good sport now about games. I was a terrible sport when I was a kid. And even when I was a little shit about it, she would always laugh and she was always good natured and just so patient. And I just remember her being a wonderful woman. Eleanor says, when my mother was out of town, my dad would take me to see epic movies like Dr. Zhivago, Ben-Hur, and 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's cool. My dad also introduced me to a lot of movies. Like my dad overwhelmingly is the person that I've gone to the most movies with in my life. Kirsten says, got a quick shower in and made it to chapter 2 of A Deadly Inside Scoop. Good job. Jamie said, I made it to 41% of my audiobook and some progress on my cross stitch. Awesome. Stina says, got to 76% in the If Cats book. I'm listening to a double speed, so should get through it next sprint. And Rob says, Pebble Rest, my watch never leaves my wrist. Good. Then you always listen to her rule and you've never forgotten it. I'm sure she'd be proud. Jamie says, that's so great, Eleanor. I love that. And Anne says, my grandparents had 7 grandchildren. They would keep all of us in the summer at their cottage on a lake. I have so many wonderful memories of those summers. That had to be a fantastic time, surrounded by family. I imagine a lot of them were your age or around your age, and just like all the games that you would play. And, I'm sure fun dinners and maybe getting to like roast marshmallows or something if they had a fire pit. I don't know what they had, or if they had a boat. I imagine that was a wonderful time. Well, thank you all so much for sharing those. That was really awesome and super wholesome to read. So I will go ahead and set you up for our next question and our next sprint, and that is going to be, do you have any comedians that you enjoy? Just a very simple question, not one down memory lane like the others. And I will go ahead and get us set up here, 45 minutes up on the clock. And I'm going to wish you all happy reading. I'm going to go back to the Wind Through the Keyhole, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 268 in the wind through the keyhole. The total number of pages is 286. So hopefully the end of the next sprint, I'll be about 100 pages from the end. Before we left, I asked you all the question, do you have any comedians that you enjoy? Let's see. Anne says, I find Jimmy Kimmel so funny. And Swing says, Robin Williams always makes me laugh, miss him so much. I agree. Robin Williams was an amazing actor, man, comedian, all around good human being. Stina says, I'm going to miss Stephen Colbert so much. I'm also a big Trevor Noah fan and have seen him live. Oh, that's cool. Trevor Noah is pretty awesome. I think he's just such an intelligent guy, and his writing was really amazing for his biography, or autobiography, Born a Crime. It was really good. When I read it, I gave it 5 stars. I will say I watched Colbert's last monologue today, and I was bummed that they kept having like all the different celebrities come on after they were making a joke about how it felt forced. And I was like, it could have just, I feel like it should have felt like a little bit more sincere, but that's just me, because I watched a lot of Colbert over the years. I watch more Jon Stewart now than I watch Colbert, but I like Jon Stewart. And says, a different question. Does anyone find someone no longer funny that you once thought was funny? That's a great question. And Kirsten says, Kathy Griffin is far and away my favorite. I watch her YouTube channel religiously. Awesome. And to answer your question, I used to be a Jeff Dunham fan, which I think a lot of people were. I'm not interested in his anything anymore. I also used to watch, when I was a kid, the Blue Collar Comedy Tour. So, like, I loved Bill Engvall, Jeff Foxworthy. I liked him. He was fine. I used to think Ron White was hilarious. I don't really relate to his comedy anymore, but yeah, and like, of course, Larry the Cable Guy too. Fun fact, fun story for you all. When I was in the 4th grade, we had to write a letter to a celebrity, and I was such a fan of the Blue Collar Comedy Tour that I actually wrote a letter to Larry the Cable Guy asking him if he would send me back an autographed photo, and he did. Legit. He did. He wrote "Get Her Done" on it and signed it. And I thought that was the coolest thing in the world, because I had never, and still haven't to this day, written another celebrity. He's the only one that I ever wrote to, but the fact I got something back was really sweet. And Jamie says, I grew up with George Carlin thanks to my dad. This is the gold standard for me, but today I like Kimmel, Colbert Stewart, Wanda Sykes, and Nikki Glasser. And Rob says, comedians, early teens, Robert Klein, George Carlin, Professor Irwin Corey, Bob Newhart, later in life, Sam Kinison, Jerry Seinfeld, and Jim Gaffigan. And Eleanor says, my favorite comedian is Sebastian Maniscalco. He does a lot of physical comedy during his stand-up act, which is hysterical. You don't see a lot of physical comedy anymore. I guess I should also say, like, I've watched a lot of Josh Johnson stuff. I think he's precious and a really great person. I don't think that all of his comedy is very good. And that probably sounds really mean, but like, you can't get him all the time. And Josh Johnson's thing is he's always talking about like some topic that he's chosen, and that's each sketch. So he doesn't have like a tight 5, he's not going from place to place to tell the same jokes while he's on a comedy tour. Every single show is something different, which is really hard. And he does it like so much of it just off the cuff, off the top of his head. And so the ones that he's had that were good were like really good, like his Diddy episode, like Diddy versus 50 Cent, which was hilarious. His coverage of like Kendrick Lamar versus Drake, or his Luigi Maggione one was the one that was nominated for an award. Like, he's done some really awesome like stand-up skits. And then there's other ones where I was like, man, I don't think there was a single joke in that I really laughed at or smiled at or thought was funny. But some are hits and some are misses. Zach says, I used to really be really, really into stand-up comedy. My favorite was Craig Ferguson. I've seen him 3 times. I've seen Jim Gaffigan 3 times. My sister liked him, and he used to tour around her birthday. That's so cool. I love that you all have, like, seen some of these people. Zach says, "One of my biggest regrets of financials responsibility is not going to see Martin Lawrence live on my birthday. The tickets weren't that much, LOL, but I've been to a lot of comedy shows." I feel like I need to go to more comedy shows. Like I don't that's not something that I do, and I think that being with like in the infectiousness of the crowd because objectively things are funnier usually when you're in a crowd of people and versus like trying to watch something at home. It's just not as funny. Heidi says, I love Will Ferrell. He can make you laugh so easily. And when Dana Carvey does Paul McCartney talking to John Lennon in heaven, filling him in on what is happening now. That's awesome. Heidi says, and I just watched Bill Murray with Howard Stern and was boring. Rob says, Alex and Keaton, that kiss, so cute. Oh, thanks. I like to think we're pretty cute. Allie says, finished Cinnamon Bun Bookstore by Laurie Gilmore, 3 stars. It was okay, nothing at all exceptional. Well, good job on finishing a book, regardless. He said, no comedians that I enjoy, and that's okay. Angela says, I love old school comedians, Lucille Ball, Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, and Robin Williams, to name a few. My mom was a huge Lucille Ball fan when I was growing up. Like, we owned, like, every single I Love Lucy. I mean, I grew up watching I Love Lucy and, like, Green Acres and, like, the Andy Griffith Show, you know, like, a lot of, like, kind of the ones that you would see on TV Land. I enjoyed those a lot, too. And Zach says, Clara is the only reason I said 98% of women in Lonesome Dove are written and treated terribly. She just had a banger quote. The reason men are awful is because some women spoiled them. And Swank says, don't worry, Allie. As soon as you move out to your new home in life, you'll find many things and people to make you laugh because you'll be happy. I hope that for you, too. Everybody deserves to be happy. Zach says, Clara doesn't appear till part 3, so she can't make up for the majority of the book. I would change her quote to the reason people are awful is because someone spoiled them. Kirsten says, just went and got a coffee because it's Friday night of a holiday week and I'm a wild lady. I might even grab some vegan donuts too. You go, girl. Get you a vegan donut. You know what? Get 3. Get 3 donuts. And Zach says, the person I tried to help was a woman and she acted like the most entitled person I've ever had the misfortune of being in contact with. And that is, I mean, that's the thing. Anybody can be shitty, regardless of any trait about a person, gender, ethnicity, religion, you know, geographical location, doesn't matter. A person could be shitty for any reason, but there's also good people everywhere. So it's important to find the good ones. Jamie says, made and ate a late lunch, took care of cat stuff, made it to 45% in my audiobook. Great job. And says, have you ever written to an author? I have not. I don't even really know, like, other than I guess sending them an email, how to find them. But I have this weird thing where I'm terrified. I've told you all this before. I'm terrified of meeting people that I really love their work because I feel like I wouldn't have anything to say other than like, I think your work's really cool. And I would just be an awkward mess. And I don't consider myself to be a great writer. Yeah, like I would take a lot of time, I'm sure, in whatever I would write to an author, but I don't know how much that's really welcome. You know, like, do they like it when people write them? I'm sure some of them do. I don't know if all of them do. Is that something you all do? No, you know what? I'm going to make that a question. One of these, maybe next time, is like, have you ever written to an author? I'll just put that one down so I remember. But yeah, I have not done that. And Hillary's here. Hi, Hillary. Hillary says, hi, I'm reading Service Model. I made it to 9%. Great job. I have a copy of Service Model over there, right over here. I need to read it as well. Zach says, I agree with you, Alex, on who's no longer funny to me. Yeah, Kirsten says, Josh Johnson is really talented. He is. Chris says, I think too many comedians like telling jokes where they go after those they think are beneath them. I think comedy is funnier when the comedian makes fun of those who have power. 100% agree. Punch up, not punch down. And Heidi says, Hillary, Uncharles service model, all the chapter headings represent an author in code whose book inspired the chapter. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Thanks, Heidi. And Anne says, I took my mom and grandmother to see Bob Hope. That's really cool. Bob Hope had a wonderful campaign to talk about spaying and neutering animals to help with like overpopulation, and I think that that's a great thing. And Stina says, I wrote to Anne Rice once to let her know someone was plagiarizing her work and selling it on Amazon. She didn't reply, but the offending item disappeared within a few days. Good on you. Heidi says, I saw Howie Mandel, Dennis Leary, and John Leguizamo live. All great. And Stina says, I'm sure it was an admin handling it, not Anne Rice herself, but impressive response time. Zach says, one funny thing from a comedian show was when I went to see Louis Anderson, there was a bachelorette party there in the audience, and he accidentally thought the bride was the mother-in-law. No! Oh, no. Oh, God. And Kirsten says, the Chocolate Factory episode of I Love Lucy, classic, iconic, was one of the funniest moments in television comedians ever. Yes, that's such a good one. And later on, the show Drake and Josh, which I know a lot of you are not going to have seen that, but they ended up basically ripping that off, and they did a sushi episode where it was the exact same thing. They were working in a factory and the sushi started coming on faster and they were shoving it down their clothes and in their mouths and everything. And fortunately, I understood the reference for that because my mom watched I Love Lucy. Zach says that was just a really nasty surprise because I've been watching her for almost 9 years. And Angela says Bob Hope made his first appearance here in Fort Wayne in 1929 at the Embassy Theater. Did he really? That's so cool. You said Red Skelton was also a childhood favorite of mine. I don't think I know Red Skelton. I know most of the names that you all gave. I don't recognize that one. Well, thank you all. That was really fun. Now we get to head into our last 2 sprints of the evening. And of course, our second to last sprint is always the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It just needs to be interesting to you. It doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. Even if I have no idea what you're talking about, I like learning new things. So you should just tell me anyway. And Anne says, when we saw Bob Hope, that was really funny. What was really funny, he made jokes that if you didn't live there, you would not have found it funny. Well, that's cool, though, that he, would have been specialized to a place and cared about the people who live there enough to, like, come up with new jokes. That's awesome. Well, thank you all. That was great. Always enjoy hearing your thoughts. And that was a really good conversation. I will go ahead and get the 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to go back into the Wind Through the Keyhole, and I'm going to wish you all happy reading. See you in a bit. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 292. So I've made really great progress. I'm officially under 100 pages from the end of The Wind Through the Keyhole. So I imagine it'll probably go by pretty quickly from here. I always feel like the last 100 pages of a book go by pretty fast. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? And Stina says, I did finish the If Cats book. It was okay. I can see how it might appeal to people who aren't usually introspective at all. I'm a deeply introspective person, so I don't think I'd probably like that very much. Zach says, I tried watching a Red Skelton VHS in the early 2000s. I liked them when I was a kid, but it didn't age well. I think a lot of things don't age well, but they're just hilarious at the time. Sheena says, YouTube decided I needed to watch lizard shedding videos and learn that geckos in captivity are susceptible to vitamin A deficiency if not cared for properly. Poor little geckos. I had a friend in college who ended up getting a chameleon. And one of the things that she was really worried about, because it was a female chameleon, was she would have to get like some sort of box with sand in it and a place for her to be able to lay her eggs. And she was just terrified about the idea that she wasn't going to like do it at the right time, or that like her chameleon could get sick. And I just had an appreciation at that point for how difficult it can be to take care of a reptile, because to me, it seemed like it should be easier than, say, a dog, but that's not necessarily true. Kirsten says, earlier this week, I told my mom about something new I had learned, and I said to myself, remember this for Friday. Do you suppose I remember it now? Nope. Go ask your mom. Hey, Mom, what was that cool thing I told you? Anne says, Neely and I are going to Nashville on May 31st so we can go to Ann Patchett's bookstore. Yay! That's one of the ones I want to go to. That's so fun. On June 2nd, when her new book is released. That's so cool. Parnassus Books is awesome. I've never been there myself, but I followed her for a long time on social media. I just realized I've never unfollowed her, but I stopped going on Instagram, and that was the place that I would watch all of her videos. I should go and look her up again. Swank says, just learned that Anne Robinson, who was in the 1953 War of the Worlds movie, passed away this week. Aww. Stina says, now I'm listening to Jesus and the Disinherited by Howard Thurman. Very nice. And Stina says, Kirsten, I do that all the time. Zach says, tea time. I'm going to make a big one with 1 bag of Earl Grey and 1 bag of Lady Grey. Wonderful. I love tea. I need to get me some loose leaf hibiscus, because hibiscus is some of my favorite tea. Rob says, first drawing of Atlantis was in 1928. Second drawing that's never referenced is a rectangular city that is 364 miles wide. Plato wrote the story of Atlantis in 360 BC. It's a fictional tale of morality. Yeah, them being bad people and sinking beneath the sea. And Jamie says, I learned this week that the BBC is producing a new Hercule Poirot series. Poirot has not been cast yet, and the series is set to air next year. Well, very cool. The one that they did for the movies, Keaton and I have only watched the Murder on the Orient Express, but the guy that they picked for that did a pretty good job. And Alicia says, I don't recall learning something interesting, but I did get good news. Yay! Tile will be arriving tomorrow, and installation is June 8th, one step closer to the library, or for the library. Good! I'm happy to hear that. I want you to have closure. You've dealt with so much. Swing says, I finished Zombie Bigfoot, now starting the sequel, Zombie Billionaire. That's great. And Kirsten says, I think I remembered my thing. I discovered that the lady who plays the main character in The Gilded Age, the blonde niece, is actually one of Meryl Streep's daughters. I had no idea. I didn't know that any of her kids acted, so that's cool. I like that. My thing, I'm sure a lot of you, if you're good at geography, probably already know these things, but I need you to understand that I'm very terrible at geography. And so it's something I'm trying to get better at by learning about like hikes and the world and everything. So I learned that the tallest peak in Austria is Grossglockner. And I learned that the highest mountain in all of Africa is Kilimanjaro at over 19,000 feet tall, which is incredible. Like, that's amazing. The thing that was interesting about Grossglockner was because that was in relation to the case that you all might have heard, like when everybody started talking about Alpine Divorce, which of course is based off of that short story, but they were talking about it in terms of like real life cases. And there was that guy who had took his girlfriend up to go hike Grossglockner and just like had her bring all the wrong equipment and left her up there because she supposedly was having a medical emergency, didn't put her in a bivy sack at all, and descended the mountain to go get help. And then by the time they came back, she was dead. And it turned out that he had done that to another girlfriend. But for whatever reason, they ruled that, I think it was like manslaughter or it was an accidental death. They gave him a fine, and I think he had to spend like a really short amount of time in prison. I personally think that that's bullshit. I don't know why they made that decision, but yeah, it was Grossglockner that was in relation to. Heidi says, it seems like every booktuber I watch now are down to one video a week or every other week. I think this is booktube now in 2026. It's possible. It's possible, Heidi. Zach says, I finished about A Lonesome Dove. I'm giving it 4 stars because of how women are treated, but otherwise it was good. I mean, given the way that you were talking about it, I thought for sure that you didn't like it nearly as much. So you saying it was a 4 anyway, that's a good sign. Stina says, I finished Jesus and the Disinherited. Great job. Hillary says, I made it to 14% in service model. I'm really enjoying it. I had a few laughs. Wonderful. I hope I also have a few laughs. Zach says, I also want to say I missed a lot of the chat tonight because my phone has been a butt muffin. Oh, I'm sorry, Zach. That's a bummer. I mean, you could always go back and listen to it, but I know it's not as fun when you can't participate, so I'm sorry. Rob says, Heidi, I'm glad I found a few new booktubers because a number of creators have uploaded content stopped. Yeah, I think a lot of people are either taking breaks or they're trying to figure out what it is that they want from their channels because booktube is so oversaturated with the same kind of content. And I think people are getting burnt out. That's why I'm happy, to be doing this every week. And I was talking with Keaton about, my excitement for wanting to read another sci-fi book because my hope is like when I read the sci-fi book that I'll want to make a video, because my last video, my regular video that I made was about the carpet makers back in, it was either January or February that video had released. So, I think everybody's just kind of trying to find what they want to do. Zach says, something random I learned is that the name Luna is very popular in Portuguese-speaking places. Oh, well, Luna's a beautiful name. I love the name Luna. Stan says, I vehemently disagree. Kenneth Branagh has lost any respect I had left for him. Kenneth Branagh. Is that how you pronounce his last name? Branagh? Jamie says, yes, Kenneth Branagh is a favorite. He also directed the movies. And Stina says, David Suchet is the one true Poirot. Because I just realized I was like, oh, okay, we're talking about the guy who played Poirot. What did he do? He said, I wish I could manage a video a week. Maybe I can get some shorts posted this weekend. My face is still recovering from road trip food. Lots of eczema triggers. Oh man, road tripping is so hard when it comes to food. It's like terrible on the gut. Either you get traveler's gut or you have like the exact opposite problem where you can't go to the bathroom or you eat a lot of things that you wouldn't normally eat and you just don't like feel like yourself. So the fact that you had eczema triggers, I'm sorry about that. That's a bummer. Zach says, for a completely different change of pace, next up is a book called But Not Too Bold, which is a lesbian monster romance with a spider creature. It's only a 99-page novella. That is changing it up, Zach. I like that you keep it interesting. Anne says, I have all of Ann Patchett's books. Next, I want to go to Louise Erdrich's bookstore in Minneapolis. Okay, in Minnesota? That's cool. I don't know who that is, but you can feel free to let me know. All right, everybody, I'm going to get our timer switched over here to the 30 minutes for the very last sprint of the evening. There we go. And of course, our last question of the night is going to be, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, could be small, could be something that you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after sprints last week. The important thing is just that you recognize that you have done something. You have accomplished something over this last week. Sometimes I think we don't give ourselves enough credit for that. And Stina says, I was willing to give Branoff a chance, but he lost me at oofs. That is not how you pronounce oofs. I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. I clearly am not. Um, is it, what language does he speak? Is it, it's not French, is it? I feel like it probably was French because so many of her characters were French and she knew French. That's got to be it, right? And Anne says Parnassus has a video on Tuesday and Friday. Awesome. Zach says, if you want a very consistent good booktuber, check out Bookish Franzi. She's German. Or Brindis reads a lot. She's Icelandic. Oh, cool. German and Icelandic. But they have some interesting books that they talk about. Well, wonderful. You all have your last question of the night. I probably am only going to get a little bit more done in the Wind Through the Keyhole before I'm going to put this down for the evening because I can tell my eyes are getting a little tired. So I might end up watching baseball or I don't really know what else I'll do, but I'm going to try to get to at least, if I can, page 300 before I put this down. So I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. I ended up getting just sucked back into the story, and so I spent that whole sprint reading. So I made it to page 313. So I have like 75 pages left in The Wind Through the Keyhole. I'm really enjoying that story. It's cute. Before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Mine was that I made it through another really busy week of work, and I hosted an event that 107 people came to. So, and it ended up being successful. Zach says, Kenneth, Brana rhymes with banana. Yeah, I ended up looking it up because I saw your comment. And I saw it was Brana, right? I think that was it. And Stina says, yep, French. And you said, sounds like the in books. So, oofs. And Swank says that I finally finished Zombie Bigfoot. Seems to take forever. It was good. Well, good job. And Stina says, I sincerely hope Agatha Christie's ghost is haunting Bronna mercilessly. And said, my wish is that there were more booktube channels that talked about something besides the bestsellers. Yeah. He said, I have heard so much about Heated Rivalry. I might have tried one, but I might have tried it once, but they ruined it. Yeah, I agree that a lot of times people end up talking about the same books. I remember when, it was that Rebecca Yarros. Why can't I think of the name of the first book? Fourth Wing. When Fourth Wing came out, the big trend was that people were reading it and going like, is it as bad as people say? And it was like, that was going on for months of people doing like the same kind of clickbaity titles. So yeah, that's what I mean is like, if you see people kind of not making as much content, hopefully the reason for that is because they're not making or don't want to make the same content anymore that everybody else is making. Right? It's like you want it to be different and unique. Like how many videos were created out there about like, is book talk ruining reading? What is reading now after the invention of short form content? There's so many videos like that too. Zach says Mary Reads and Megzy are two other good channels. Channel chapters also usually makes quite a bit of content. Mary is originally from Russia and Chanel is Australia, but is in a bit of a rough patch at the moment. And Stina says, I'm proud of myself for surviving my road trip. Great job. You sure did. Jamie says, I'm proud that I've continued to spend some time each day working on a craft. This week, it was a mix of scrapbooking and cross stitch. I meant to ask you, Jamie, what the cross stitch pattern is of. Like, is it floral? Is it like of a character? You know, I'm just not sure. Zach says, the weighted dragon showed up yesterday. Yay! She loves it. Doesn't have a name yet. Currently, Lucian or Luna Wintersong is winning. The names Blue or Dragged are what the kids came up with so far. That's so sweet. Stina says, just DNF's Lincoln in the Bardo. I get why other readers love it. It's just not interesting to me. I've never heard of it. And Angela says, I purged 360 books from my Goodreads want to read list this week. Wow, good for you. Some of those books I dropped in there years ago make me question my sanity in those days. I do think it's really cool to see books that we were interested in reading years ago that we didn't end up picking up. I mean, if you're anything like me, unfortunately, there were at points when you did pick up those books and then you looked at them on your shelf and you're like, why did I buy that? Right. And then you don't end up wanting to read it. But it's kind of cool to see how our tastes change over time. You said, thanks for the sprints, Alex and Sir Francis. I'm off to catch up on local news headlines that has made national news this week. Have yourself a great week ahead. Well, I'm sure Angela's probably gone by now, but hopefully she's going to have a wonderful Memorial weekend. And Swank says, thanks for sprints. Y'all have a good weekend. You too, Swank. Thank you. Eleanor says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy Memorial Day weekend, everyone. To you as well, Eleanor. And Jamie says, no reading that sprint, did dishes and cleaned the kitchen, also talked to my daughter. Wonderful. Well, that's a very productive sprint. Kirsten says, proud isn't exactly the right word for it, but I'm very happy then made a point to get outside and fully enjoy a really nice weather day that we had this week. That's awesome. I'm really happy to hear that you did that too. Everybody needs time outside. Go touch grass. And Hillary says, I bet my 5-kilometer running time you beat your 5-kilometer running time this week and then continued on to 7K for the first time ever. Congratulations. That is amazing. You should be very proud of that. Kat says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, everyone. And happy weekend to you too, Kat. Thank you so much. Jamie says, I have a few projects going, but I'm trying to finish a T-Rex for my grandson's birthday. That's so cute. And Rob says, Alex, thanks for sprints, capybara, chocolate swan, fountain, bee, robot, a read service model. Yeah, that's one of the sci-fi books I need to get to, Rob. I swear, I've got a good list going. Thank you for coming. It was good to see you as always. Jamie says, I'll send you a photo. Yeah, please do. I would love to see a little cross-stitch dinosaur. She says, no F's, just the ooh. Oh, just the Sorry. And Jamie says, thanks for sprints. Have a good holiday weekend, everyone. You too, Jamie. Thank you. With that, I will wish you all a wonderful good night, and I hope to see you all next week. And Stina says, thanks for sprints and chat, and thank you for coming, Stina. Bye, everyone.